You're naming. I did name them, yes, because I think it was the. It at least provides more stuff to. Yeah, whatever. Let's see. Watch the YouTube video. Okay, let's watch the video before we begin. What is this? Oh, yeah, I've seen this actually. I've seen this. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. This is 13 years ago. I didn't realize that. It's just got really? That's insane. He just dropped this and left. Just dropped this and left. Like what? Oh my gosh. Did you play more Geometry Dash today? Okay, yeah. Very interesting. Republican Jesus. Yeah, I don't even understand. Like, how do you even come up with this? They should get it. Yeah, yeah, they should. They really should. Honestly, he's kind of spitting there.
Keiichi.
Okay, so this is right after, or maybe not right after. Maybe it's the next day after Shion tweaked out, or assumedly Shion. We still don't know if it actually was, but we'll see. Hi, Risa. How are you?
Keiichi.
Did you play more Fortnite recently?
放っておいてやれ。
Or are you helping Dianea with Geometry Dash? Assisting moral support. Good, nice. Making fun of Republic, not messing with. Yeah. No, I understand. I do find it funny.
友達が行方
Like
不
we
明
were
にな
actually
ったんだ。
talking about like I can't remember what we were talking about, but then like someone that I know he sent that. It was my first time seeing it. It was pretty funny. A little bit, not as much recently. Okay. Any reason why? Just because you don't have your duo partner?
気の毒にな。
Oh, nice. Yeah, she was messaging me about how she wanted to punch her monitor, basically. Not actual words, but that is what I got from it. But I haven't back soon. Nice, yeah. Hate club step. Yeah, I think I only ever got like 8% into that level. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
So what have you been doing with your time then, Risa? If Diane has been playing Geometry Dash, what have you been doing with your time then? Taking.
それよりも
Did you start Diane compiling your
学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？
is it logical not? Are you gonna add Geometry Dash to that tier list, Dianea, that you said you're gonna make of all the media that you consume?
まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. It has no story, so probably not. Okay. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzier after taking strong medication. Oh, nice. Are you a fan of cooking stuff? Or are you a baker? Or what recipes have you been writing down? So you're going to focus specifically on story, like things that have stories, Dainea?
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Yes, nice. I think that sounds like a good idea. What do you plan, like, do you plan to be consuming any media while you're reading Umineko? Or are you waiting to finish Umineko before you do anything else? Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. It's only been 4 days and so much has happened. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. Why specifically Indian summer? I've written down a brownie recipe, a couple cookie recipes, and a velvet cake recipe. Nice! Baking always seemed really difficult for me. And I also don't have the stuff to bake, but I am a fan of baked stuff. I really have to like hold myself back when eating baked stuff, because if I just like, oh, let me just eat, I can eat so much. But I always like make it a habit to be like, okay, only eat, like really try to specify the amount that I eat before I start eating. I'll probably just do umi and short-term stuff, not too long-term things. Makes sense. Sweets, yeah. I don't like candy stuff. I don't like candy stuff. But like usually like pastries or cakes or cookies or that type of stuff, I like a lot. Like I don't usually like candy bars and you know, maybe chocolate. I think chocolate's the only exception, but I don't even like chocolate bars, I would say, unless they're like really like, you know, the I guess better way, like the only way I could say it is like luxury chocolate bars, but like not really. But like ones that have fillings and stuff inside of them, those I like a lot. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろ？やめようぜ。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくたって犯罪なんだ
fantasizing
ぞ。
what he should have done. What would you classify as a like, what other long-term things are there other than like Higurashi and Umineko? Because I feel like they are ridiculously long, and I don't know anything that really comes close to the length of time this takes. No? I guess like maybe books. If you were to read like a series of books, that's like maybe with something that comes close to
シオン
it.
だって、これが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I will say I'm not a fan of ice cream either. I don't know why. I've never enjoyed ice cream that much. I like ice cream if it's like in accompaniment to something. If it's like, oh, I have like a brownie and I have ice cream, or I have a cake and I have ice cream, you know? Like I can eat the ice cream with something, but I don't like ice cream as a standalone. It feels like it's missing some like substance to it. Because I don't like the texture of ice cream. I think that's the main thing that I don't like. A longer book, 600 pages is something long-term IMO, something 200 pages is not. Fair. I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitake-san's hand and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomitake-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Insanity, you and Surplus, he doesn't like ice cream either? What doesn't he like about it? The most I could go for, like, Yeah, the main thing is that I just don't. I feel like ice cream doesn't have much taste. That's the main thing. Like, it doesn't feel as. Well, okay, that's a different reason for Surplus not liking ice cream.
レナちゃんじゃない
Like, if the taste is not strong enough for me, it feels like the ice overwhelms the flavoring of ice cream.
いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
ケイチ。しばらく学校を
Well, I mean,
休ん
it
だ方がいいん
doesn't,
じゃない
like,
のか
obviously it has some taste, right? But, like, for example, when I eat ice cream, you know, I usually like it in a cone because I have to, like, take a bit of the ice cream, then eat some of the cone, then take some of the, I just can't have ice cream just by itself. It just feels like I'm missing something every time I eat ice cream.
そうだね。
I bite ice cream. That is kind of psychopathic, but fair.
気を使ってくれてありがとう
Is。this real, Risa? The Divine Comedy's long-term success. Yeah, okay. Wait, what's Steppenwolf? Okay, it takes way too long. I can understand, like, an ice cream sandwich or something, but, like, that's insane. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよ
Licking takes way. I can imagine you taking a bite of your ice cream and it's like a comically, you know, those anytime you see an apple in cartoons and stuff and it's like that bite mark, right? That's like what I imagine the ice cream. It's like you take a bite of the ice cream and it's just like that crescent shaped bite mark inside the ice cream. That is what I do. That is
う。今日か
insane.
ら集団登校だから。遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. We, the ones furthest away, were to be late. The younger kids on the way there would be waiting for
俺
us.
さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
But the entire point of ice cream is that you're meant for it to linger on your taste buds. Like, if you bite into it, it goes away too quickly, no?
うん。
Like, if you bite into it, it dissolves much quicker. And will last shorter. My favorite ice cream is Talenti Black Raspberry Chocolate Chip, even though it's technically gelato, but whatever. That sounds very hyper-specific. I definitely have not had that. I don't think I've even had black raspberry. I've had raspberry, but I've never had black raspberry. That is, what is it? Talenti. Steppenwolf is German literature. I can see that from the. You need to try. Is it like an ice cream tub, or what is? Or is Talenti the brand? It's like a luxury. Oh, okay. Let me see. Talenti. Oh, it's this. Okay, I think I've definitely seen this. Okay, well, yeah. All right. When I'm looking at this, when you have like layers of ice cream like this, yeah, this is probably stuff I would like. Chocolate fudge brownie, and it's like layers of the sprinkles, and then yeah, okay, never mind. I can see why. If this is ice cream, then if this you consider ice cream, then yes, I can understand why. But if it's just like normal, like plain ice cream flavors, I don't like that much. It came out in the late 20s. And what is it about?
ケイチくんが
She's an elitist
自分の
ice
体
cream
に一
eater.
番優
That's what it
しい過ご
seems
し
like.
方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ回覧板。
A
お母
notice they're
様に
sending
渡して
around.
おいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。
I know an ice cream that one of my friends enjoys, like the Halo Top one. It has apparently 0 calories to
見つかる
it.
から
And that's the one that he enjoys eating a lot.
待ってよ。
Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは、俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは、知ってるんだろ、俺があの晩。
西宮殿に忍び込んだこと、かな。
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip and made up my mind and nodded a
筒
little.
抜けなんだな。まったく、悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすご
You
く
eat
怒ってたよ。
Breyer's ice cream slop? I don't. That's what I said. I don't eat ice cream. Well, yeah, I mean, they definitely aren't 0 calories. They yeah, they definitely aren't 0 calories, but I know he likes it because they are low in calories. Yeah. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは、忍び込んだことよりも、
Is that he didn't tell her.
それを隠していたことだと思うの。
She asked me to get that for her all the time. Oh, okay. So is that the one you recommended if I were to try it? Sea salt caramel?
ケイチ君は、自分から言い出して、謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't really realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about
レ
it.
ナの、言う通りだな。俺はいつも、レナに教えられるまで、何も気づかなくて。
You're trying to guide her on what to do.
ケイチ君、もしもだよ。
All the time, and it's like once in through the public flat. He's never done it. Well, yeah, I don't know.
もしもケイチ君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めて、みーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
What? Claim failed. Let's go, Risa. Nice. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Anna telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I'd done that and apologized, would things have not gone in such a horrible direction? Anna's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted to my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack. The palm of Anna's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there, unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も、ケイチ君のことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が、代わりにケイチ君を叱るね。
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Anna's feet.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのは、とても悪いこと。それはわかる？
ああ、
返事ははいだよ、ケイチ君。
はい。
そして、もっと悪いのは、自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのは、とてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことは、もっともっと悪いことなんだ
You're
よ。
gonna be late, Anna! What are you doing?
はい。僕が、悪かったです。
Now someone other than you, Diane, has claimed first. How do you feel? Morals are more important. No, fair. But, she's gonna make everyone else late. For a few moments, Anna stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
じゃあ、もう時間だから、私は行くよ。
ああ、
回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてね。あと、回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I'll never tell. Can't Diana just run over and see your screen, probably? I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and are now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Okay, let's get back. No, I'll hide it. I wish you good luck then. Okay. I'm approaching. That's very ominous. All right. Ahem. What's a cat's favorite color? Purple. Wow. What an amazing joke. Another classic from this deck of cat jokes. Wait, put the YouTube link in. What are you saying, Risa? Is there a YouTube link for it?
なんだこれ。
I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over. That's what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived. Wait a second, I just remembered. Oishi is gonna like try to take Keiichi for something. To like raid the Sonozaki house for some reason. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら、園崎家か。レナ、お前、ひょっとして、知ってたんじゃ。
Did you know? Wait, you didn't have to redeem again? If this is this the song or is this something else? You could have just sent the link without a redeem again. Let me see. Is this the song or is this a video you want me to watch? Okay, here. We will play that. Let me refund your points that he put. Remember Rena's observation last time? That's the thing. I was trying to remember what the observation was. I didn't know. I could like because I remember there was, but I couldn't remember what it was. You know. Let me. Where are you at, Risa? Right here. Okay, reject that, and then we play the song that you put in. Oh yeah, oh Rena. Okay, wait, sorry. I thought you said Risa's observation. Yes, no, I do remember Rena's observation. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion. Oh, with the thing. So they went to. Okay. Yeah, and that's why So Shion's at the house. Okay. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in her at her public appearance? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited them to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. Oh, you're gonna... Okay, Keiichi's just going. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. What? Did it suddenly get quiet? Oh, okay, it's just going out. What's the band? Or is it a band or is it a single person? Risa. It's a vibey song. I can feel it. Put on my shoes and slip past Rena to exit the house. He's not gonna tell his parents where he's going again. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
レナ、
I believe a single person. Pretty cool.
学校なんかより、もっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
You trust them? But trust who? Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
ケイチ君までいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Okay, I see. Okay, Diana. Thank you for that amazing, riveting joke.
だから、ケイチ君だけを行かせない。
Yes, I only believe a single person. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
How did you find the song then? Rena nodded slightly, but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, and we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray. But I don't get it. Because in the tips, we saw that Mion called everyone to do a search for the guy. But maybe it was all a ruse, I don't know. That once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With the Dana following me, I left the house. And why was Keiichi... Oh, there's Oishi. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
やあ、おはようございます。前原さん、それから龍宮さんも。朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。
Okay, we're telling.
ケイ
We're
チ君の罪
finally.
は私の平手
We're
だけではない
finally
けど。
telling him. We should have done this like 9 years. Like, I just don't understand. Because Shion talked with Keiichi and said, oh, we should tell the police. And then he never told the police. And then Oishi told him, oh, Shion is missing. And then he never told Oishi that he was talking to Shion. Like, it's just so...
みーちゃんの
He's
罪は
so
この
stupid.
人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built in my
大石
heart.
さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか。ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
車の中でします。
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. I should get... Yeah, I think Diana probably has a better idea on what's going on right now. But... Or like, yeah, Daine has a probably better description, more detailed description, but I can give you like the clip notes. This is the second chapter of Higurashi. The first chapter dealt with basically this guy slowly going insane and everyone going insane around him, and eventually he got killed. But that's not important. The main story that's happening right now to understand what's going on here is in chapter 2. Basically, very, very simplified version. There was a festival. Keiichi, our main character, went somewhere he should not have gone. Slowly but surely, everyone is disappearing around him. And we finally believe we know who's causing the disappearances. And we are, the disappearances were disguised as a curse, but we believe we know the family that's behind them. And the family that's behind them is one of our closest friends. So now we're talking to the police to go, to tell them everything that happened and what we believe, like who we believe to do it after avoiding them for a long time. And we're also going to the house to, Keiichi wants to apologize for everything that he's done wrong. That is very short version. Daine could probably give a better description, more detailed and longer, that type of thing.
はい、もしもし。大石です。
学校に先ほど欠席するとの連絡があったそうです。その崎家前は動きなし。標的はまだ邸内です。
はいはい。引き続き見張りお願いします。
So she didn't go to school today either.
了解しました。3号、7号は先ほど応援が到着。起動しました。
So, well, they're both visual novels. They're both Japanese visual novels. I'm surprised. Do you not? What is it? I thought Daine would, or you at least would have seen Daine playing Higurashi at some point, because this is something she was talking about a lot of, like for the second half of last year.
あと、課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいっすけど。
答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
了解っす。
Bzz, the radio grew
いや、
silent.
失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
ありゃん？そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Not really. She would always read it alone, which makes sense. No, that's fair. That's fair. Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。
Oh yeah. So, and also I forgot to say the person who's our friend that we suspect is behind the the disappearances or the disappearances. Is that a word? I think so. The family is like a very well established family in the town, and like they even have a senator as like they have a senator in the family as well. So the senator's putting pressure on the police, which is why they can't do like an official investigation. So these guys are doing it like out of their out of the eye of the director and all that.
園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能が
And also apparently she's part of the
ガッキリ作用しちゃってる
Yakuza.
らしくて、
That's also a thing.
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんって、ひょっとして、
Rena's toner's voice was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから、圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
レナ、それは、どういう意味だ？
この人は、私の想像通りなら、とても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でも、お説は拝聴しますよ。
Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment
あな
slide.
たは、令状が取れないけれど、みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。
And it's also a long story to kind of get into. So it's like you can't really hop in at random points to understand what's going on. It's like, yeah, there's just a lot going on, but it's very interesting. And you know, according to Daine, it just gets better from here. So I'm interested to see where it leads.
圭一君を焚きつけて、園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして、圭一君に何かがあれば、それを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょ？
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use
そ
me.
の結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに、恥知らず、これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？刑事課配属の推薦状、書いてあげてもいいですよ。
Dude, this guy Oishi, his laugh.
卑劣感。
Okay, I enjoyed him in the first chapter, but they're really trying to make him like very annoying in this chapter, and like which I guess is like the point, because we have a different perspective on him. Whereas last time Oishi-san was the one helping us, right now, like in this chapter, he's the one that's been like kind of antagonistic to us, like, you know, and was interrogating us and all that. So this is kind of what they're going for, I guess. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも、結果として、今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには、感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things that this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？
Hi, Ruben.
私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり
Oh, well,
待
there
って
you
て
go.
くれ
There's
る
your
わけです
explanation,
から。
Risa.
ううん。そんなの待ちません。私たちが行って、みーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in, rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれません
I
よ。
wonder if this is where it ends. Like I know there's still a few chapters or like, you know, a couple segments left, but I wonder if like this going and confronting Mion and all that in the Sonozaki house, if this is where it ends. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice, I declared, "How's your day, Ruben?"
そんなのは、覚悟の上です。
Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないように、ぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
But isn't this exactly what he wanted?
どういうことだよ。
警察の人が、みーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが、万が一の時の保険になるの。
It was fine just eating chicken while watching. Pretty good. That sounds like a good day.
万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が二人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
He's definitely, they definitely made him a lot weirder in this chapter compared to the first one. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. I mean, tea biscuits could be cool. Those are pretty good. Just snack on them on the way. I can't imagine Mion would be very happy seeing you pull up with like, it's like, yo, I'm here to apologize. Nom. Or she stopped the car at a place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。
You're working with the ops? What do you mean?
情
What do
報
you
で
mean I'm working
は
with the ops?
園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。何度か死角をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。
Mion Takeichi and oh yeah, that's true. She'd be like, why are you eating cookies? Like, where'd you even get yeah, she would probably know something suspicious.
指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくだされば、すぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから。自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
くれぐれも注意してください。今さら信じないでしょうが、できることなら、あなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
So this is always the meeting spot where they meet Mion. We finally get to see Mion's house. She never wanted us going to her house before, so... Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never
レ
been.
ナは、ミオンの家には
Never been here
行
yet.
ったことがあるんだよな。
うん、何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。
Put a mountain in their
松茸が取れる
backyard?
とかなんとかで
Dude, is she like literally in a mansion with those one of those like like how do you say? Those medieval castle like backyards, they're like huge. Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there's something to be said about its magnitude. What is the bush? Fort Bush. The path continued onwards, level and uneventful. There were some metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. Tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was a dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware venomous... What? Why do they have snakes in their yard? Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen? That's a lot. Like, $10,000. No? Was it just one? Yeah, 10,000. Jeez. Or is it? That's a lot.
この森、いや、山か、まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか、領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから。
Their domain?
散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure people who have like massive plots of land find out that they have like drug growing operations happening and they don't even realize it. And some people, even private property, have like forests and stuff like that they never explore. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system. But that's not true. Shion literally did the thing where she was like, "Oh, send a car to pick us up," and then like they got the truck and then they put their bikes in the back and then they got sent, like what? So I don't think that's even true.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人み
Did
た
you
いで
meet
ね。
Kasai? Maybe. I didn't. If that was his name, I didn't meet him. But there was a guy in the driving the car. If that was who it was.
だから一族がみんなで集まるときには ちゃんと
Yes,
機能
okay.
しているらしいよ。
But like, yeah, we didn't know his name. That's right, Mion's father. He was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate as big as I'd imagined appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandma? In a house with such a grand
い
gateway?
るかな
Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating, into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released, and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。二人とも学校は？
Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. That's a funny way to word it. Because it's like, yes, it is a good friend's house, but it's like you don't know who she is anymore. I have 3 Google... Wait, why 3 Google Docs? Why not just like one big doc? I rally myself, and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早く、ごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Could it be a tourist? I mean, if it's a tourist attraction, wouldn't you want to keep the thatched roofs then? Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy
気に
bolt.
しないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were 2 of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？
Stone on top of the newspapers? Where? Do I see this?
邪魔だぞ。
There's a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there's a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. One of those chapter 1 notes is only like 5 paragraphs long. Okay. Nana noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
Dude, it's gonna be something like completely fucked, I swear.
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、
Oh, okay, never mind.
ツバメの巣があるの。
え？あ、本当だ。
Now there's a long one that has a lot for 1 to 2, but not that much for later ones, just kind of brief. The third one doesn't matter. Okay.
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか。季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。つまりね、 そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance? I don't know what that is. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけど
The
ね。
fact that there's no music and it's like it's everything is like they're both smiling, but it just feels very off.
それを思うと、これはちょっ
Contrivance.
と罰当たりなのかな。
Okay. No clue what that means.
上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。
Look, he didn't say this out loud. Like, I just can't, like, there has to be some mind reading thing.
一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？緯度は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。大
Interesting.
雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃ
I
うの。
guess maybe it's high up on the mountains? No, because they said it's low. There's a dam, so no, it's not high up on the mountains.
玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つ
That's
か
a
らない
lot
こ
of
とだってあ
snow,
るんだ
because
から。
like the way Keiichi was talking about it, it seems like this is not a place that would normally geographically get a lot of snow. I wasn't aware of that. You know, Mizawa, was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. It's like Russia type thing.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。
It gets a lot of snow in the real place too. I don't know if it has a dam or not. Fair.
日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。
Yeah, it depends on where the village is. If it's like in the mountains, then I can see that being the case. But if it's like, you know, the fact that here, this place has a dam, it has to mean it's close to the ground.
山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, and told us she'd bring out some tea, and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
うん、確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
雪合戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だから、なんで外で遊ぶんだよ。雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋でテーブルゲームで
But
遊べ
that's
ばいい
not
じゃな
the
いかよ。
vibe, Keiichi.
ケイチくん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。ケイチくん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
はうじゃねえ。
I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。
The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea
お茶
set.
受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
And with those words, the smile disappeared from Denna's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but you put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Denna's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ、召し上がれ。
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも、客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの？そっちから切り出してくれなきゃ、おじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Yeah, Rena was kind of the goat this chapter. It's a complete contrast to last chapter, where she was the main one, like, instigating things. Rena and I exchanged glances. We both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
ケイチ君。
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に、何の話かな？お宅のお嬢さんを私にください？
What are you talking about?
ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
まず、謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが？何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across.
綿流しの晩、俺は、神社の、祭具殿に、入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become
入っ
harder.
てはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でも、ほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで、悪気はなかったんだよ。でも、いけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, but I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I struggled to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った。
I looked up to see Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、それでいいよ。郷に入りては郷に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう、何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I'd done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about that.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチくん、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんも、それを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど。そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎの、お夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持って、お裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I did miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was
冷やや
thinking.
っこがあるのに、お醤油がなかった。そして、流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大
Like,
瓶
yeah,
も
this is literal detective stuff. I don't know how she, like, comes up with this. Like,
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは、リカちゃんを、隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして、本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな？
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
What was that? That was like a surrounding
そ
breath.
して、さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔して
I
ま
mean,
せ
I
んこと？
think this chapter overall is a stark contrast to the first chapter, Rena.
きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんは、ちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だから、さとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ、どんな感じでかな？
Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was a really slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日、食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど、食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ、電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで？
冷蔵庫に、さとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が、まるまる手つかずで、ラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena. This was the second. Yeah, we've already heard this before.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身が、みーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは 本田名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。まさか、冷蔵庫の中身だけで、電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った。
As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely did not make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if that was true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ、大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこと、とんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
警察は、もうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も、大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと、今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんも、みーちゃんが
富武さんと高野さんも、
Hi,
ミオンなの
Surplus.
か？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you'd think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. How are you doing, Surplus? Are you still on the road or are you back home? I could sense it. It was now, in this moment, Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if it were really a tea ceremony, and named
初め
herself.
てご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ、ミヨンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Ren and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
本日はようこそ、園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お涼に代わりまして。皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
And she's speaking in formal speak as well. We're driving home starting early tomorrow morning? Nice.
皆様におかれましては、いろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら、包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
What? What did Mion just say? Mion just said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her
本当に
eyes.
何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Ren and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back for all the incidents that have been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは、少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければ、どうかご清聴い
Would
ただ
by
きたく
all
存じ
means
ます。
like you to hear it? She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
ひなみ沢村が、かつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Nana nodded lightly, then shot me a glance, asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village. Yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは、鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。ふもとの村々の人たちは、崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も、徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai had ended. The era of the national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Oh, so when they started opening up to... When they opened up the country, that's when they did it. That's when... wonder why. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は、一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。
What do you mean forcibly
古い
changed?
因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように。
Oh, so she said it outright. They are
あ
descended
っと
from
いう間に
demons.
鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. I actually know this stuff. Like, I mean, unless it's like fictional history, but I actually did Japanese history. So, a lot of stuff I know this. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization.
この頃には、もう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は
Is that a
失わ
different
れてい
mic, or
ま
did
し
she
た。
get a new voice? What was that?
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは、
Sounds like a different
否認
mic.
扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか、合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという、
Excuse me?
根も
Japanese
葉
history
も
is a
ない
big
レ
part
ッ
of
テルを
Higurashi.
貼られ、
Nice, okay.
苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children of the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds and then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. What do you mean it's minion time, Diana? Baseless slander added to baseless slander, meaning making Onigafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Banana. Bananas are cool. Of course, the story didn't end with only the perspective of children. I read Miona's minion. Oh, okay. The global history is pretty much based on our real world. Yeah, fair. If anyone found out you're... But I didn't know, when you said history lesson, I didn't know if you're, like, Miona was going to talk into Hinamizawa history or just overall Japanese history. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. Isn't it better to wait for the bananas to be overripe? Like when they, when they start like spoiling, I guess, like a tiny bit? People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. I guess both. Yeah, fair. Okay, so this village was heavily discriminated against. Yes, they're starting to. Oh, perfect then.
出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて。
It would appeal that where one came from. Oh, okay.
でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為に当たるのだそうで。
Why? Are you not a fan of baked stuff, Diana?
ひどいね。
Why did you reply to that?
そんなの。
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying. Hamlet like Shakespeare? Question mark. I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test that one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination. Dude, you're being taught about it. Like, what do you mean being skeptical?
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は、自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い、自慢し、
It's like the people who hear about the
麓の人々を
Holocaust and
蔑
say
ん
that
で
it's
暮らして
fake.
きたのですからね。その神秘性で、
Do you like
麓の村
pineapple
人
on
たちを
pizza?
怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の
I wouldn't
献
say
上を
I
要求してきたのですから。
like it necessarily. What is that's a full-on pineapple. I wouldn't say I like it necessarily, but like I wouldn't go for it, but I think it can be good, like at times. I don't hate it. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は、国民一丸の
Is it
スロ
just
ーガン
me
が
or
流
is her
れながら
voice
も
just changing? Maybe it wasn't the
南沢
mic. Maybe
村
her
の人
voice is
々
just
は
changing.
様々な差別を受け続けました。
During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination.
数え出したらキリがないくらい。
I think Mion is just being serious. I guess, yeah. But even when she was questioning us, you know, that one time when she was like questioning us, she sounded serious there, but it still sounded like her. I don't know. You really like that
夫や
frog
息子を
emote.
戦場に
Frog,
送り出
wow.
し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいた
It
の
could
で
be
し
her
ょうね。
lecture voice, that's true.
当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦し
I
い時
don't
代
understand
だ
why
っ
she had
た
to
と
go
回
through that
想してい
entire
ま
thing
す。
as well. Like, maybe the thing I said wasn't wrong entirely. That's like Mion has like a different mode, and she gets like a switch flips inside of her. But instead of it being Shion, it's like something else overtakes her. I don't know, because like she had to do this things like, oh, I greet you as the heir to the Sonozaki family, and did this like bowing and graceful, elegant movements. Like, I don't know, because why would she have to fake how she is normally, unless it's like an entirely different person? Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみ沢にも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん、帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも、男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみ沢にとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
What? MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. I don't know what this is. They could feel day breaking on their dismal night. That was the previous
廃
era.
村寸前だったひなみ沢をもう一度立て直そう。そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは 村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始め
Well,
ました。
yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, they had 2 nukes dropped on them. You know, what could be more like literally only 2 nukes in history dropped on a country. Like that's not tested. Or that was not testing, you know? It was really fucked. That they dropped nukes on just civilians. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly, current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して、軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて、大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
Wait, so it was time to pull out, he conspired. Oh, okay. I see, I see. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物が、みーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。
We still don't know who Mion's mother is, though. Like, we said that she was kicked from the family, right? But I feel like she has some importance to play in this. She's still a Sonozaki by blood.
大活躍。
Her mom is... I see. Mion looked like she was honestly happy Urena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃に、またしても逆風
Well,
が
I'll
吹き
have to
始
see
めま
what
す。
she looks like
それ
then.
が、人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Well, that's 2 people then, okay, who find her attractive, so we'll have to see what she looks like. Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎
OG
宗
art
平の上
specifically, I
官
see,
だったと
okay.
名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は、人肉の缶詰だった。
Wait a second, I need to look at Mion to see if she has a gun right now. Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have a job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたの
I
で
guess
す。
so, yeah. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corps in the old Japanese army or whatever? Why is there no voice acting? Keiichi-kun! You've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. Oh yeah, Unit 731, yeah. And all of them got off. Not a single one got prison time. Isn't that crazy? Razors probably don't want to be associated with fair. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. None of these guys got tried for war crimes or anything. It's completely ridiculous. Because their research was considered so valuable, they just got off scot-free and lived complete, like, normal lives after. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find out about that. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. It said a lot, yeah, very upfront about its own country's war crimes had to be censored. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most messed up things. Like Unit 731. It would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time.
胸くそが悪くなるぜ。それでも、ひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
本当に。
Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
僧兵がいた部隊は、それよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。
Yeah, this voice sounds way more mature than, like, it sounds much older than, like, Mion or Shion. Like, it just sounds so much more mature.
それは、戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
The military's design at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. I feel like it wouldn't have been allowed altogether, so it's good. Yeah. That goes for a lot of things, you know? It's I think it's good that people can do indie stuff and then be able to do stuff that industries or the big names would not support whatsoever. Apparently that's where the research started. At first it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept staying off course and going out of control until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Dead humans. Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。
So, interesting. So that's where the like human flesh eating came from. We still don't know what the torture instruments are in the storehouse, why they're even there.
そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたって、ちっとも答えないと。
At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
Rena was really pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly, stopped there.
じゃあ、ミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は？
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで宗平は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても蔑み始めたのです。また、子供たちが囃し立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
Stifling silence came back. But ignores her. Yeah, classic Keiichi. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. The discriminated were discriminated against. Discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on other people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、
Okay, wait, I wanted to check.
ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
She does have her gun! Yeah. If they threw a stone at one of you, what about it? Well, she could pull out a Glock and shoot Rena and Keiichi right now and make them disappear. That's the potential. If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer is simple.
2人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を。8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し、30人に中傷されたなら、60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Finally, the children asked, what if we were attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは、決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は、園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant. A time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれたと。
Yeah, that's what I was about to
たく
say.
さんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
The thing with Shion and the delinquents in town. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやく、ひなみ沢に
My
も
parents
平和
carried
が
on
戻
the
っ
fight, but the mother was ostracized. I guess, no, the mother was only kicked out once she had twins, I think, right? Or was it even before that? I don't
も
know.
っとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など、揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in the world to watch over
お
that?
とぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、 それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった。という、
それで、お社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Why can't everyone just get along? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's young? Where'd I get that from? Long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression. But even that became a silent answer.
Hinamizawa村を、再び鬼ヶ淵村のように、崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが、我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり。
Oyashiro, because it's people who go against. Wait, I don't get it. It's a fairy tale. Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens?
それで、
I didn't mean to click it.
お社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Oh, wait, the Oyashiro who mediated between. Oh, okay, I read this the opposite way around. Okay. So you have to be the mediator, is what. But why did they have to disappear then?
園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は、代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ、一目瞭然かと。
I traced out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ。
We saw that in the tips, but this is the first time Keiichi's finding out about it.
この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよ、みーちゃん。見せる必要なんて、全然ない。
ありがとう。
With just that exchange, I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body. It was a permanent seal such as a tattoo or marking that proved she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for a while. On her shoulder... No, I think she understands that she doesn't need to show it. You know, she may be a detective, but she's not an official detective. She's a private investigator. Let's do that. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onigafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Then I wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは、園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. The demons facing towards us? Question mark? Because it's on her back? Question mark? Question mark? At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。あるとすれば、私の後継ぎも決まらないうちに、舞台を退かねばならないこと。
Dude! That's so true.
私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で、一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると、歴代の園崎家の当主で、一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Why? Like, I don't understand how members of Hinamizawa need to disappear for there to be peace. Like she was explaining it like, yes, it makes sense from other people, but we like literally the entire thing was saying everyone in Hinamizawa is together. It's everyone in Hinamizawa against everyone else. So why did people in Hinamizawa have to disappear? Like who have a close connection, the three big families. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. And Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room.
でも、みーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でも、とにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古
I
出家
feel
の
like I've
役目を負
missed
ってい
something
た。
here. Like, I just don't understand, because they're talking about it like we understand why she killed them, but I still don't understand why she killed them. Missed what? Like for example, Rena's saying, but Rika, like, the way she's saying it here, the way she's saying it here, it's talking about like, oh, I understand why you killed Kimiyoshi and all the like the other past incidents, why the other people of Hinamizawa, why you killed them, but Rika-chan and Satsuko, they were your friends. It doesn't matter about that. Like at least the way she's talking about it, it's like I don't know.
その役目が
It's like she's
西宮殿を守るこ
saying
と
she
だ。
understands why she killed them, except Rika and Satoko, who were, or like, not that she understood, but they were your friends. You still shouldn't have killed them. My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I relied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Or I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he... It's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with the key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with the old man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャも、できることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
time. Why is she still using I feel like this cat metaphor has... Yeah, oh, so true, Ruben! So true. Wait a second. Kimiyoshi's a man. He did take responsibility for it. Good on him. This cat metaphor, I feel like, is deeper than just, like, Rika being Rika.
Nya, nya.
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell into the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は、渡長市の祭りの最中にもう、私賊は4人。
How did
その日のうちに手が下され
But
ること
how
にな
did
り
you
ました。
hear? Like, I don't understand. There was nobody nearby. How did you hear? That's the thing I want to know.
同時に
How did you find out?
西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped until just now. I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
バカだった。
If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。私がそんなものに屈したからあの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない、私園崎美音が殺したということ。私には踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した。
Why did she use this face? Why could they have not used, like, her surprised face or something, or her, like, sad face? Why'd they use this face?
園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
But I still don't understand. What was that call? What is the OG show? Let's see. she's cheesing. I guess no, because it's the maniacal laughter. I can see that. I should have seen before. Like with the very end, but like with this beforehand is kind of funny. Rena is sad. Yeah, she is. Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でも、みーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だ
What
け
does
救った
manga
んだ
gamer
ね。
art look like? Dude, they look. Oh my god. It's even worse. It's even worse.
Eh?
Saved one person of you. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my
圭
forehead.
一君だけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら、造作もなかったろうに。でも、殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me. I'd have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さーて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃ、どういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を 全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled. Just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もう、ここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから、最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいから、ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Huh? My name suddenly came up and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチくん、どうかな。ケイチくんが嫌なら、無理にとは言えない。
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんて、お社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り、絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands. That was me, and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear. The sins that Mion... The thing is, though, Mion is saying, I killed them myself, I killed them myself. She could not commit those crimes by herself. Takano was found in the mountains, burned to death. Tomitake was found on the complete opposite side. He still has it, like, clawed out his own... There's still a lot that's not making sense. There's still so much that's just not making sense. Like, it's not... That's not the only thing. Like, yes, the Kimiyoshi and Rika and Satoko, that makes sense. There's still a lot that doesn't. So when it came to Mion's last request, there's no reason for me to hesitate.
あ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチくん。
Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
いいよ、レナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは、庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら、私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたは、こんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんも、よろしくね。
あ、
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって、確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed
みー
non-existent.
ちゃんが短期を起こさないように、見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
そんなこと、絶対にさせないから。
Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ、言ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper
ど
door.
うしてみーちゃんは、鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは、仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でも、あんまりにも、かわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Are they ending it here, or is there still more? Okay, no. Put on my shoes, tapped my toe against the floor a few times, then left. And Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
組んでもいいかな。
It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy and took my
私
arm.
に腕を組まれたら、なんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば、急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかな、なんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this, it really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンも、ケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have just jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは、仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは、自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのを、すごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて、昔は人をからかったりして、そこそこに面白かったけど、こうして、互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今では、かえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel
で
small.
かい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Minuon, yes. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンは、 まだ生きてる。
Yeah.
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうと、ずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、今日まで、その方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. Is Mion still my favorite character? Yes, but it's just because no other character has overtaken her. She has not gone down. She has not gone down, but no other character has sorry. I wouldn't say she has gone down, but also at the same time no other character has risen up, you know? Like I also wouldn't think that with what's been happening, like I would say that she's a better character now. So it's hard to say. I think in terms of where my character rankings fall, everyone's kind of at the same tier. Nothing has changed, I think. As I find out more about the characters, we'll have to see. But I really like this, how genuine Mion's being. I really, at least seemingly genuine. I still feel there's stuff off about her story, and she's not being 100% truthful. And there's a lot of stuff missing, but and just overall her story, it just feels like there's a lot of gaps in it. So we'll have to see. But I don't dislike her. And untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。でもそれはケイちゃんにとって、この上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
Oh, is it the dead bodies? I could sense it. Does she kill Keiichi here? Question mark? I don't know. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths. As well as accepting that my best friend had done
すで
it.
に起こり、終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならば、ここで待っていて、私の手で、すべて終わらせるから。
Is she gonna go kill herself in there? I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって？俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。
Unlucky, Mion. I'm sorry that even until the very end, Keiichi said that.
それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナも、どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking, into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. So, Orishi-san said that we have a mic, right? A one-way mic? So, he should be able to hear everything that's being said, correct? I think so. We were surrounded by shallow hills that had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There are many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入れば、その美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I left my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and suffering. It'll never change. Yeah, I feel like a lot of stuff like that's why I'm so confused. Like I thought there would be some parallels, but like a lot has changed. So I really wonder like why it's the exact same, like in terms of the date and the timeline, it's the same, but why it's changed so drastically. And even people's personalities feel way different.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの。よくわかる気がする。
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch. And how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what it smelled like. Inside was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpiled during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this was a second Sonozaki house, constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a mysterious feeling.
西宮殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて、鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を、見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは、御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど。
Can we check my video later? Yeah, of course. We'll check your video later. Yeah, it's still up in chat there. Of course.
君吉家と古出家の衰
I have
退。
nothing to
そして、
do.
時代の変化によって
After we finish this
行う
segment,
ことはとても
we'll
難
end with
し
your
くな
video.
った。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で、犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
だから、園崎家は作ったの。現代でも渡流しの儀が行えるように。秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。
Is this the exact same storehouse we were in?
一部のものは、実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだ
There
よ。
was still. Wait a second. I just remembered. There was still that other thing of Shion and Tomitake-san hearing that they heard that the person jumping up and down. I just remembered as we entered here and saw this cage up here. What did that mean? All the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. The things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood. The walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは、犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。渡流しは見せしめの将だったから、私のご先祖様たちは、様々な将を考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floor with tatami mats, and the corner was a pile of
鑑
cushions.
賞席なんだよ。渡流しは見せしめの将だから。客がいなきゃ意味がない。
I I couldn't speak. I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで、私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
観客？
私という鬼が、ミオンの執り行う綿
Yeah,
流
okay.
しをずっと見て
Yeah,
た。
so there is. She does have this like thing where something like takes her over, like actually takes her over. Mion cackled in self-deprecation, or like something. When she like over, it's probably long gone, but beforehand when she was Mion, and then like she suddenly turned into the leader of the Sonozaki household. That's when the demon took over. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh, but I don't understand, because it's still like Mion with the like her clinging to. I'm guessing maybe at some point they swap back over, because he did say at some point it sounded like Mion again. So it seems like they just swap over at some points or something. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. But there was still the phone call that she made. I don't understand, like, she was going, like, did she go insane or something? Or, like, or was that Mion trying to masquerade as her? But I don't think so. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and even still, if she was disappeared, why would she not call Keiichi to come get her out? She acted like she was still fine. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare. Maybe she's leading him down here. Yeah, there's been no sound. Maybe she's leading him down here because Oishi-san can't, like, hear the mic. Like, she knows he has a mic on him, and then she's leading him down here to, like, cut off the connection from the mic. And then maybe there is a way for her to escape here. Because if the ritual storehouse is here, maybe it's different. Maybe there's a way underground to escape. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there like holes made by insects, biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said that so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから、井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Here's his classic line, his catchphrase. You said that yourself, no matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend.
言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオンか。
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か？シオン、怪我はしていないのか？
Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
No, it's not. I spoke in a calm voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？
Gonna keep saying every time Keiichi does it, yeah.
もう誰の死を見るのも嫌。私が憎いなら、早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. He gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in there, and Mion was the only one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed.
死にたければ、この男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつ。
Yeah, she swapped that. Okay, that was Mion talking, and then it swapped over.
ガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。それとも、それでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな？
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, so much so that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who'd been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? Bam. I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I'd fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you'd only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。あれにしよう、あれにしよう。
Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. You know, I just what if it was Mion, quote unquote, calling Shion, or calling Keiichi as Shion, but somehow it seems like there's multiple beings. Maybe it's not just one. It's multiple, so it's somehow able to disguise itself as Shion as well. Shion's emotions exploded outwards and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she held She held, flung me down, and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど、やっぱりそういうあんたが一番似合ってるよ。
ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから、どうか、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked... How can you tell, Keiichi? I see red! Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。
Yeah, but he said that he's like not drifting out of consciousness, but he said he was like drifting away.
思えばあんたには姉らしいこと、何にもしてやれなかったからね。はい、はい、
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私も、これまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたら、ケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak words of apology. Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, the music is... I didn't even realize. Yeah, wait, you're so right. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, well, good to know that I had the music off. Mion kicked the bars and declared she was
こんな
unsatisfied.
ので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ！いやー！待って姉様！
Okay, Oishi-san. Are you like... hello, Oishi-san? Like, are you not paying attention to what's happening right now? Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing
ろく
Shion.
ろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたら、あ、いいね。
ありがとうございます。
You went to get... Yeah, that's what it seems like. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move
ち
my
ゃんと
fingers.
覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。
はい。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion that I knew well would never do something nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
その崎シオンは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with the fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
その崎シオンはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない身の程をわきまえず姉様に働いた。
ほらほら、その調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numbed senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention.
生
Hurry
意
up!
気だったこれま
Look at
で
your Twitch banner?
反省し
What's your Twitch banner?
一緒
That's the red? Okay, I see.
で
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. It has been for quite a while. Oh, okay. It's not the laugh of someone who's alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう。十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すのは私だけ、その人許してあげ。
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
いい加減にしろ。
The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、あれが嘘。
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺す。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だった！ミオンを返せ！
Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew that it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me, but this person in front of me couldn't have possibly been Mion. There's no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, and was controlling Mion as if it was a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be doing the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost
あん
choked.
たって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎ミオンに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め！
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり？
No, the thing is, Dinah, it really is the majority of scenes. It's like, I'm pretty sure over half the save files are like the otaku stuff. No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside this Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear.
頑張れ、ミオン。こんな、鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強い。お前の力を見せてくれ。
The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them
頼
flow.
むよ、ミオン。ミオン。どこで、お前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ。お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ。負けるな。戦え。戦え。
Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上に、シオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに、ミオン。
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had to lose to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私は、それを理性で押さえつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも、本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her
そ
eyes.
の鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。それは、何に原因があったと思う？
It was a sad yet reproachful light in Mion's
わかる？
eyes. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downwards all of a
あの
sudden.
時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
That doll I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that
ケイ
Sunday?
ちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに、パタパタパタと、いろんなものが倒れ始めて、収集がつかなくなってしまった。
I'm guessing it had something to do with Shion. Like her, Kate, because right after we didn't give the doll to Mion, that's when Shion appeared. So something about like after he didn't give the doll, then for some reason Shion appeared, and then little by little the demon came out and the killings happened that she didn't want to happen. Yeah. Why do you think 1 and 2 are different? Because Keiichi died, and now he's alive again. And yeah.
はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
That's not what I mean. What do you think I mean? Why do you think 1 and 2 are different?
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
Like they have completely different events. I can't remember everything that happened in 1, right? But even the Watanagashi went different. I'm not sure. I can't say. Like, so obviously it has something to do with the Keiichi, right? But I can't even begin to imagine.
これで十分。メイドの土産は。
A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up?
そんな嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも、紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Ren had told me about that and I thought I'd apologize. I didn't apologize to Mion though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh god, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized to going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely. Like she was disappointed. Yeah, I was waiting for Keiichi to talk about the doll, by the way. I was sitting there and I was like, okay, you're gonna talk about the doll now? Renata told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me, is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of
じゃあ
regret.
そろそろいい？この拷問はね、左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
That is true.
それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of the nail to my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
Will sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Ignorable? What? Yeah, I didn't see it, and now I think I'm just gonna ignore it. Mio was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで、自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだら、もうお前は消えろ。その体を、ミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には、命乞いをするとか、そういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束。2つじゃなくて、3つにしていいか。3つ目は、俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ？だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
Daide, what are you saying? In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分、私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recall tightening my hands into a fist when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay. Do it. I prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's gonna diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは。
My third wish. To save me? She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い、シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my
そし
chin.
て2つ目の願い、この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境に、ミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降。もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした。
そんなことはない。ミオンは、ミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて、悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？
Can you do your demon form like Mion? What is my demon form then? Wait, Diane, aren't you out owning here? The OST is going good here. Like, yeah. That sound. Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam, slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors of the underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted and took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, blue, pale sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ？本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんで、かなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき、俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
Welcome back, Surplus.
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. Here, wait, I'll take a screenshot for you, Surplus. So give me a sec. The halls were a bit complex. But aside from the door of this very torture chamber, there's nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても、俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、それは、私の屍に取り付いた、鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, much stronger light than before shined. Like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Dude. Stock audio explosion? June 1983. Who is that? Hello? Achievement? Who's that? June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone City, that prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki, blank years old. She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19 and June 21. Orio Sonozaki, Shion Sonozaki, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Wait, she killed her grandma as well? Rika Furude and Satoko Hojo imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her two missing classmates, Keiichi Maebara and Rena Ryugu. The suspect... But... She said she could only keep her last promise. Shion's still gonna die. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc., and the other 4 missing persons. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. And one of her classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, the investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak deaths incident of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mino Sonozaki was involved either, directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarifying them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of the Hinamizawa village. Well, no, because I think, after this... Let me see. Yeah, after this, it's, complete Watanagashi and then enjoy Watanagashi after party for the achievements. So it's basically done. So we're gonna finish up Higurashi today. Stream's going good. I mean, this was I didn't realize there was literally one more segment left, so good that we finished it up today. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. There's still a lot of things that we don't know, though. Who was calling us? And why did they impersonate Shion and was like, oh yes, we should go to the police and all that stuff? I don't get that. Who is that girl that called us asking for Kimiyoshi? Why did different events happen in the first place? Okay, now that I think about it, Diana, to the question you posed earlier, why do I think the events happen differently? I don't know why certain events happened, but for some reason, in the first chapter, they went to that dump, right? Which was where the dam was. And then it seemed like stuff around the dam and Rena's possession and all that happened. This time, it was more about Shion. And this, sorry, not Shion. It was about Mion and the doll and everything. And Mion got possessed this time. So I don't know if it has something to do. Maybe each chapter is going to be... Maybe Satoko's going to kill us next chapter, and then Rika's going to kill us the chapter after that. Could be a potential. Psychiatrists conclude that she's in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I don't even remember what he asked or how I answered them. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. It's gonna be like she's still left with still much lingering questions. That's fair. It'll probably only be answered when I get to the answers section. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in the Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't really sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remain of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel vertical like a well was somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings. Which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else was still willing to speak up the truth. I was brought back to that basement again too for an on-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember being any of help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonozakis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However, much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money, every day. Yeah, there's a lot going on, so we'll see on how much is going on. The amount of money for each day, and after it passed 2 million yen, they're then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. And that's the end. Oh no.
そっか。引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
Rena's the only one left of the group. Mion's missing. Satoko and Rika dead. And she's all alone.
来月の終わり、ひなみ沢には結局、半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。
Yeah.
私一人しか残らない。
Rena smiled sadly. I just said, yeah. Thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. But was there, where she had disappeared to. I'd hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind that Mion liked. In that place she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them. Spending all their time doing that. This is ridiculously sad right now, by the way. Holy, this is so sad. Spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of the recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing up this stuff up in jest. There's nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I've met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached us so far up, and towering Cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of the fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. The doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and that was all the rage, didn't she? And what Shion said the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dresses. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? Is it like Mion throwing stones at his window? If there's a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out front through the gap in the curtains. In the light, at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me. That person was Mion. I threw open the window. No, but Mion's dead, Keiichi. It's the demon. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was me. She was alive. Wow. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call her out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. Oh, goodbye, Keiichi! It's been nice knowing you. I quickly hit the brakes before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. You didn't run the opposite direction, Keiichi. No, you didn't listen. You didn't listen!
Mion!
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. No, it's not.
こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was patient. She was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それよりどうしたんだよこんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly. And I realized she was forcing it.
私ね。もう、ここにはいられない。
A pain note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？
Oh, so okay. It actually is Mion, but she's...
どこか具合でも。
今日まで、頑張ってきたけど、自分でもわかるの。
Keiichi, you better give the doll before she
もう
disappears.
ダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えは、もうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into a rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺、ミオンに。
No! And Keiichi's dead. Goodbye, Keiichi. To give to you, Mion. This doll. I had wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. This last thing, it... Bleh. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me, and pushed it tight, and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? It hurts. Cowered on the ground. Oh, I made it. Because maybe it's like the demon wanted to kill Keiichi really badly. And the demon made it in time. Before Keiichi left. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion washed it, then took a few steps back and cackled. Dude! I'm so annoyed with how oblivious Keiichi's parents are. Like, how, at this point, are they still sleeping?
できた！全部できた！私が殺したいやつは、これで全員
Deserved! The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
今日を境に
Whoa! Keiichi, you now remember this! Oh my gosh! From today on, even if my body is here, is all it will be. By then, a demon will have taken it over. Yeah, that's probably the dumbest, and he's done a lot of dumb things. The demon. The demon. The demon.
Me. Oh.
This can't... I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't... Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought from Mion. Dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sucked deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought from Mion. The blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white it looked frozen. Once again, Keiichi being the stupidest character ever. I don't know how. I understand it's like wait until episode like 9045, right? But dude, how is this guy the GOAT? This is like definitely my least favorite character in this entire series right now. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, blank prefecture. Victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. Oh! The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, Prefecture. Victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what he sounded like two sisters having a fight and trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that had occurred the same day in Hinamizawa Village, perpetrated by said incident's suspects. And did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply anyone but the victim was present. Trust the process is waiting. Okay, we'll see. I mean, that's what you guys are saying, but currently this guy still is my least favorite. He'll surpass my expectations. I'm hoping for that to be the case. They're not very high, no. But you guys seem to have it high, so I trust you guys. The victim fell straight down to the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled, I don't know how to say it, and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide. Really? Was it just because it spends a lot of like the chapter not doing anything, and then only at like the last third it actually... Yes, thank you, Surplus. Disheveled. It took me a while.
本当に5分だけですからね。刺激しないようにしてください。心得ていますよ。
Damn, they're really like sending this. A clack. The door opened, and as I expected, Uishi-san came in.
どうも前原さん。ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
こりゃ手厳しい。
As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I
母
insisted.
さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ、5分でいいから。
Oh, Keiichi's mom and dad, if only you knew what Keiichi went through, and you guys weren't so just, like, completely oblivious. Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか。
What is he talking
大石
about?
さん、5分ですよ。できれば、これが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
My moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and we were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recover enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。 本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Uishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みが
Well,
わか
I
らな
mean,
かったので、
his dad's a
いろいろ
painter,
と持
right?
ってきましたよ。
Like he's an artist. So the thing about artists, you're either extremely rich or disgustingly poor, like completely like penny pinching poor. So I think his dad definitely falls on the the rich side of stuff.
ほら、よりどりみどり、野原は黄緑ってなもんです。さあさあ、好きなだけ持って行っちゃってくだ
Dude,
さい。
what is this guy talking about?
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。持って帰って持って帰って。いってててててて。
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたら、さぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。こんなところにいると看護師フェチ。
Dude, what is this guy talking
看護
about?
師さん以外にも今から専門を決めないで幅広く。
Maybe I dislike Oishi like almost as much as Keiichi right now. In this
オールラウ
moment.
ンドに行かなくっちゃ。
I gave Uishi-san's vulgar laugh a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Uichi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい。実は、見つかったんです。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. But she's dead. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下、隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I'd believe in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact that their remains hadn't been found. Gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして。
There's a vertical tunnel dug out like a well? A vertical tunnel?
はしごが設けてあって、
Oh, okay.
下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、
Dude,
なんと
how
山中
far
の
are
黒井戸
these
に抜けられまし
tunnels?
たね。
Who made these tunnels? They literally have like entire like anthill or like anthill level tunnels under this house.
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが。いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底
They
に。
do.
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下に、コールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、
Where did we hear that
そこ
before?
に無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。 遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員、見つかりましたか？
I hope that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I'd wish for when I asked. My shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
全員。それどころか、死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら、一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing me down. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去
We've currently
数十
identified
年の
people who
失踪者
disappeared
を
from...
洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか。なんて。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt
そう
pocket.
そう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
もちろん、仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
What? Rika-chan has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は、彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして。破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが。
Wait. Did she go to fight back against Mion? She didn't just go there? That's why she said leave it to her?
少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません？
I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with
園
her.
崎家は本業の方。ああ、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
Wait, she said it was in her pocket. Yeah, in her skirt. So Rika was carrying it around. It's not like it was injected into her. Unless she, like, Mion injected into her and then put it in her pocket. But I don't think that she would do that.
リカちゃんは
Unless it was a way to get rid of the
覚醒
evidence
剤
as
の
well.
常用者だっていうのか？
いえ、そうは申してませんよ。ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
I have no idea what any of this means. My ears are spinning. I feel sick.
大丈夫ですか？看護師さんを呼びましょうか？
大丈夫ですから、話の続きを。
I think they might. I think they do have fingerprint identification, but it's not nearly as good as it is now.
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
Rika-chan.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで。実効支配していた御三家も、ほぼ全滅状態。
I wonder what's gonna happen.
こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきた
Yeah,
り
it
し
would
たら、
definitely solve that. Yeah,
今
it
度こ
would.
そ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask and if she could wait a bit
そ
longer.
う？手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
I wanted to hear that answer and then just get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ。
If he didn't talk, yeah, but yeah, exactly. But we did find out some useful information, though. Oh, you mean BS about the... Yeah, that's true, that's true.
本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては、捜査撹乱と見られて、告発される場合もありますからね。
Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. You should have expected that answer, and yet it looked like though he wasn't satisfied with
シオ
it.
ンを突き落として、俺を刺して、ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he'd heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. So if he's Shion's bodyguard and he heard this, why didn't he go to the other room and help? At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus, he'd been... Oh, okay. Thought that because that sort of ruckus. Okay. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got to the manager to give him a key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided to have it had to have been Mion, and that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなの、ミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあ。だから、つまりですね、あなただけが、あの晩、確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのか、よくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out a pack of cigarettes again. He lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke Oishi-san breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the
大
wind.
石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は、園崎ミオンも、井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
え？
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね、首の骨を折って。あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎ミオンは隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
Interesting.
検視の結果、間違いなく あの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎ミオンなのに園崎ミオンじゃない何者かですよ。
My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think
高野
straight.
美桜さんの詩覚えてますか？
This is really long. Like, they put so much in this conclusion. I wanted to finish today, but holy.
はい。
Like, I thought it was gonna end, like, right there after the thing, and then it went on. It's like, it's still going on.
確か、遠くの山の中で、焼け死んだって聞いたような。
Like, if I had known, then I would be like, oh, okay. It's about to, okay.
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。禁止したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね。これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was
こ
telling me.
の死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩高野美代さんに会ってますよね。
会ってます。
その前日お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、会ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことはお祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
So, why would Tomitake-san and Takano-san have to die then? If they didn't do the thing yet. Wait. Maybe this is where chapter 1 plays into things. But why is it only 24 hours then? The origin of all that happened. The beginning of everything. Our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I'd come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us to the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world?
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Yeah, no, I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. I'm just trying to think of why that could be. Like, you know? Like, why, like, Mion is here, right? Takano is here as well. Like, what I'm thinking is maybe somehow they have some overlap. Like, Takano's body in the thing was found, but found in, like, this other world or something, and that's why it disappears, because her body actually ended up here. I don't know. I'm just, like, spewing random things that I think of.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。
Theory time? No, I don't have a theory. I'm just spewing random things. I don't even think it's right, to be honest, but it just sounds really weird.
ご無用に願いますよ。
Oishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out a cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。
Fred, you're right, Surplus. It is Fred Durst. Oh.
あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak out of the corner of his eye.
もしも 今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで。その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Oishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
またいつかお会いし
Yeah,
ましょう。
this is like over and like I'm pretty sure the most I've ever gone is like 3 hours and like less than 10 minutes. So this is gonna be
お大事に。
more that I've done. Slam. I listened to that tap, tap, tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I definitely think I at least need to take a bit of a break from Higurashi, so I don't think I'll go straight into chapter 3. But we'll probably do it soon, to be honest, because I don't really have anything else I want to do. So I'll probably do some like a couple of one-off streams, and then go into Higurashi next week. I still can return from the state of my bewilderment. You wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? It was over. Everything was over. The incident was still continuing. Then slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as Mion's
なん
voice.
だ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオン。俺今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオン。そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
Dude, where's his mom? Isn't his mom supposed to like, you know, after Oishi-san left, the mom like supposed to walk in and then you know, say, "Hey Keiichi, what's up?"
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
I think at this point he's just completely like his like psyche has been shattered so many times that at this point he like thinks he's going insane. Like I think that's why this is happening. Like normally a sane person, yes, we would be freaking out, but I think at this point he's just completely done. Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
Wait, I just realized. Mion said, like, it promised to Keiichi was that she would allow him to live, or to, like, walk out, or, like, to live today. But that didn't mean he would always be spared. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press up against my left fingertip. Mion's forehead was still split open, and with a face covered in blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me.
何も終わってない。 何も終わってない。この事件は、何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰か、この事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。それだけが、俺の望みです。
あの時、一つ叶えてあげたでしょ？今度はダメ。
Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip. With her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... That's the same... Okay, I don't think this has any connection, but... That was the same sound the stun gun made. When Keiichi like got knocked out. I'm just saying. What was that? That was that's what I was saying. That's the exact same sound that the stun gun made. The last nail, complete Watanagashi. I definitely think that has some symbolic meaning as well. All right, last thing. Last thing. All cast review section or session. Let's go.
日暮の泣く頃に水綿流しを最後までお楽しみいただき誠にありがとうございました。今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか。ちょっぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
No time to watch the video with the full Oh, sorry, Ruben. Yeah, I know we said we would watch it, but I think now might be a bit... I think we all want to go back. Yeah, good night, Surplus. See you. I think we all want to stop. We might have to watch it another time, that's okay. Like, well, if you're here tomorrow, we'll watch it tomorrow, if that's fine.
ちょっぴりも何も。
Oh, there she is! She's back!
また大々バッドエンドですわ。プンプンでございますことよ。
And there she is again.
いやー、みんなお疲れ。まあ、その何終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？私大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。
I like how they do the wrap-ups. They make it more lighthearted.
しかもサトコ
I
は
like
た
there's
だ
a
の
lot
と
of
ばっちりなのです
a
よ。
lot of stuff in like Japanese media and stuff will do these wrap-ups as well. And I think it's cool. Oh, and there she's crying.
あんな死に方嫌なのですな。
Thank you,
ほ
Satoko.
ら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったようにサトコちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから今から楽しみだね。
きっとサトコがひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
And why she's crying? And where's Surplus when you need him to see Satoko here? Oh, and now she's punching.
みーちゃん
I like, yeah, exactly. It's the same thing like they used to do with the old Pixar movies where they did like in the credits they did the bloopers where it's like they failed their like you know the funny parts happen, which I think is cool if they do that.
みーがぺったんこなのです。
What? Why did you say
なで
that?
なでしたくても頭がわからないのです。あ、膨らんできましたわ。無節操な体ですのね。
やあみん
And
な
here's Tomitake-san.
お疲れさん。
I don't know what they're saying.
また遅れて申し訳ありませんね。
富武さんに大石さん、どうもお疲れ様でした。あれ、高野さんとしーちゃんはまだですか？
もちろん来てますよ。今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。
The Shion is here. Okay.
ここ座ってもいい？
どうぞですわよ。
Okay, we're chilling.
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。
Was there anyone else that we saw a picture of? I guess maybe Kuma guy, but
ど
that's
う
the
か
only
お手柔
person.
らかに。
じゃ
Everyone else, I don't think we had any pictures for.
これで全員かな。
Not
ケイ
Keiichi.
チを除けば全員
Just like
なので
last
す。
time.
ってことは前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなくて早々に次回シナリオの台本読みなんですか？
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。
高野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。せっかくこれだけ集まったのにお通夜じゃつまら
Holding
ないですわ。
awake? What? He doesn't have a sprite. Yeah, he'll never be here. Maybe he'll get a sprite eventually.
じゃあケイイチ君には悪いけど僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
Oh, my headphones are gonna run out of battery soon. This is perfect timing.
となれば決まりだね。じゃあみんなコップコップ。炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
大人の皆さんにはアルコールもありますよ。
Why is Shio not the waitress here?
リカちゃんは何を飲む？ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
みー、富田家のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。こーら、リカちゃんもお酒はダメ。
Oh.
みんなコップ持ちましたですの？早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
I don't think he'll get. It's not like a hot drink, Satoko, okay?
おね、温度は誰が
Is
取る
she
の？
on the act? Maybe, yeah. That's fair, that's fair.
レナでいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
では、5本。みんな、綿流し終了。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Okay. Wow, clap, 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 clap.
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
There's no way. I thought that was gonna end right there. There was still more to that.
そうですね。
Oh.
じゃあ、自由意見でいきましょうか。誰か意見のある人はいますか？
Like that literally would have been a
意見も何
perfect
も
place to end with
今回のシ
the
ナリオで謎は全て解けたのではありませんこと？
the clinking of glasses.
犯人はミオンさん。諸悪の根源は全部園崎家。それで決着でございませんの？そうだね。
That's what you
み
think,
ーちゃんは
Satoko.
犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
大甘ですよ。こんなのは前回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたこと
Was
じゃない
it?
ですか。むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
A chapter premiere part. It would be fun, yeah.
そうですね。
Okay, Diana. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Long stream, so have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Or whenever you can.
前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
Wait, I don't understand. What
み
is
ん
this
なの
like?
期待通りの展開になった
Everyone
み
expected
たいなの
Mion
です
to be the
が。
culprit. Like, what do you mean?
じゃあ、これで日暮の泣く頃に水のメインシナリオはほとんど終わりなのかな？すべての元凶は
Like
み
the
ーちゃんの
disappearances
園
were
崎家で
Mion? Is that
決
what
ま
they're
り？
trying to say?
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。
あ、高野さんと意見が合いましたね。
Okay, sure.
私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど。
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not as smart as you guys. Like, what is
で
that?
も少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
Yeah. I think that's obvious, yeah.
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供したじゃない。そうですわ。私とリカを殺しておいて今さら犯人じゃないなんてど
Well,
ういう
there's a
意味
lot
なん
we
です
still
か？
don't get.
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私ミオンが全ての犯人だとするには
Yeah, like,
い
that's
ろい
what
ろ
we
と
talked
無理
about
が
as
多い
well.
んだよ。
That's, there's a lot with Mion that
ちょっと考
still
えれば
has
すぐわ
not,
かるよ。
or like a lot in general that does not make sense with Mion being the culprit.
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると
Yeah,
確信してる。
exactly,
ぜ
yeah.
ひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
ではご拝聴。ラストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ？ あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。
This literally could have been done over 2
そりゃそうでしょ。
streams. Like, it just didn't give me a point to stop, really.
だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもの。
Like, this is almost at like an hour when I thought it was gonna be ending.
完全犯罪なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこそこ。
But I thought you were
そ
going
こ
to
が違和
bed,
感なんだよ。
Dom.
過去4年間園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずにあれだけ上手に人を殺したり消したりしてきたんだよ。そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単にカンパできちゃうしさ。
そう言われてみればそうだね。
Oh, okay. Torito, interesting.
過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけ
The
ど、
final part of 8, which wraps up the series, is about that long. I see. Okay.
今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だったもんね。何を言ってるのかよくわかりませんわ。
I'll probably have to take breaks then when doing that. Because I don't think I'll be able to do a 10-hour stream, unfortunately. I'd definitely be tired way before that.
つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件ももっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。じゃあつまり何ですの？私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなくミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？
Yeah.
ほらほら、やっぱり前回の私の予想通りミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのですわ。そうそう。
Based off of Ritus was a little bit. Oh, okay. So it's like he sees the stuff and then changes the story based on the theories.
レナもサトコちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな。
私も前回から引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。ラストのラストで私が明かす目撃されていたにもかかわらず、その数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミオンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付けると思います。
Yeah. So I just don't understand how, like, why they get seen though. Like, why that happens.
あらあら、前回は弱かったたたり派が今回は随分強気ね。
Yeah, I thought it was a curse. So I think it's very obvious this time it is still a
人間
curse.
犯人説の皆さんには反論はないのかしら。
前回人間犯人説だったのは確かみーちゃんにリカちゃん、それから富武さんでしたよね。では張り切って反論をお願いします。
Yeah, it's managed to make it all make sense in the end, like it was all planned. I'm sure, like, he probably has some, like, maybe he might see some things and then change some stuff around, but it's still like might all keep stuff. Like, he might change some things, but not like everything. So it might be easy to connect stuff back up.
うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。じゃあそのトリックを崩せれば人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。
Okay, how are you disproving that?
シオンには何かいい反論があるの？まあ一応。でも私人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思ってる点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでもよければ反論してみせますけど。
何でも結構ですわ。これがたたりじゃないというならその証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、
It's honestly interesting
さっ
hearing
き
the
から話題
theories
になっ
because
てるラストのトリッ
but
ク。
I don't think, because like I feel at least one of them has to have some truth to it.
ミオンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのは どうやってなのかしら。
ズバリ園崎姉妹共犯説です。理由は簡単。だってお姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんをさせるのは私しかいないんです。私がお姉の変装してケイちゃんを刺す。
That is actually interesting. Because that call is still not considered. But why though? Like, Shion was so against killing Keiichi. So it feels like that doesn't feel the case, but I also can't
そして
disprove
実
it.
質へ戻り、幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして飛び降り自殺。
強いて言えばこの場合のミオンちゃんは泥をかぶる役だね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被
Yeah, but
害
you
者
would
の
still,
形に
like,
する。
I don't know. There's still a lot
そし
more
て
to that, I
井
think.
戸の中に姿を隠していれば、変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
Because Mion still ended up coming for Keiichi in the hospital.
なるほどね。だとするとミオンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまったってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ、確かになんとなく辻
Well,
褄が合う
okay,
よう
wait.
な。
They say that her foot slipped. What if Mion actually just jumped to her death? Now I have to think about it. She could actually actively trying to kill herself.
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょう。過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いすぎるもの。その計画、たとえうまくいってもミオンは悪役でしょ。
And wait, the fact that she died in the exact same way as Shion has to mean something as well. Both of them jumping to their deaths and breaking their neck.
一生隠れて、あるいはシオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり死ぬにせよ消えるにせよ、ミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
Okay.
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり園崎ミオンが表
Oh
舞
yeah,
台
actually,
からい
this is
な
the
くなる
first
の
time we
は
see Shion
彼女らの
interacting
シナ
with
リオ
like
の一部だと思
the
うわけで
others,
す。
I feel.
だからラストでミオンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件。
You're over the halfway point for questions. Let's go. I guess, yeah, over the halfway point because chapter 4 you say is really short,
そ
so
ういう位置づけになるのか
it
な。
is over the halfway point. Let's
一番疑わ
go.
れている園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは園崎家以外の真犯人にとってこれほど美味しい結末はないってことになるのかしらね。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。ミオンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？犯人なんじゃないんですの？つまりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにミーちゃんが過去の事件も全て自分が起こしたと嘘の告白をし
But
たっ
then
て
I
みん
don't
なは言
think
って
that
るの。
makes sense because she was originally like she quote unquote confessed everything to Keiichi and then was planning to kill him, right? So I don't think that's the case because she would have confessed and then killed Keiichi.
これは劇中のセリフになりますが、確かにちょっと説得力を感じますよ。
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件、それが私の推理。さらに言えばその真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思ってるんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るためにミオンちゃんが起こした捜査か乱の
そういうことです。鬼隠しのシナリオで名前だけ登場した
Oh, true,
監
yeah.
督ってのが
Like,
か
we
な
still
り
have
怪
no
しい
clue who
な。
that guy is, who the director is. Because I thought it would be the leader of the village, right? But we figured out he's Kimiyoshi, so that's not the director. And then the director also has, like, a bunch of, like, people that he can not control, but, you know, that he orders around. So, we have no clue who that is.
実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
Clap, 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 clap. And then there was the entire thing of being jumped by 4 people, right? For Tomitake-san's
私は
death.
それでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと
Solve
思っ
a
てますけどね。
detective? I don't know shit.
御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件。それが私の推理です。
過去の清算ってのはつまり暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため御三家の罪を最後の当主のミヨンが全てかぶり姉妹。
そういうことです。私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。できすぎですね。
Yeah, but there's still all the demon stuff that just doesn't make sense, I think.
すごいです。
Could have some part to play with it, but I think there's,
実に辻褄が合いますですよ。
there's still part of the curses that doesn't make sense, like Neon being overtaken and all that.
あれあれ、なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。では皆さんに質問なのです。圭一はどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？リカ、そんなのは決まってますわよ。入っちゃいけない細具店に勝手に入ったから決まってますわ。
I like how they always make Satoko this, like, the stupid one who always, like, just... Usually that's, like... You know, they always have the Satoko be, like, just answering the basic questions.
こうして思い返すと、他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと西宮殿に忍び込んだせいっ
Like,
て
they
こと
never
なん
have
でしょう
Satoko
な。
proposing her own theories.
ありゃ
They always make her the stupid one.
おかしなことになってきたわね。
おかしなことって何がですか？あ、レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。そうなのです。例えば鬼隠しのシナリオでは圭一は西宮殿には忍び込んでいない
Yeah,
のに
and,
命を狙われているのです。
I don't know if, I don't know if they even went in the storehouse. I guess no, I think they did, yeah. Remember.
それはきっとほらひなみ沢はよそ者を嫌うんだろ。だから圭一君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。どう見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。今回だけでなく
It's
他の
because
シ
he
ナ
was
リオ
trying
で
to
も
find the truth of the dam incident. That's why.
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方、圭一さんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
でもたたり説だとしてもやはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんけどね。
But whereas this time he didn't,
できそうだったけど、
he didn't really ask anything about the dam incident this time.
やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
But it felt like they were more readily giving him information that we already knew from last time as well. Like, I feel like when he found out about the, like, deaths and all that, like, when Oishi-san was telling him about all that, he had to say it in private, whereas this time, Shion was telling him a lot of stuff, wasn't she?
圭一君以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、圭一君だけ鬼隠しでもたらい回しでも、そして今回の綿流しでも
The things are instead of to him, yeah.
西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
では今回だけではなく他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば それが全体の事件の謎を解く鍵になりそうです
It's
ね。
I guess doing taboos with for second time it was Ritual Storehouse, first time it was
圭
exploring
一
more
君
about
な
the
り
dam.
に日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらないけどな。
圭一くん、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったのかな。殺されるような悪いこと。迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
Yeah, he was. Well, last time he was just scared and angry. Okay, so I think it should be the end since we called Keiichi.
俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間にみんなはそういう話題で盛り上がっていたわけか。ほう。
というわけなの。だからね、圭一くんの自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
ケイちゃん、殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている牢石のせ
I
いに
still
違いな
remember
いで
that
す
scene from the
わ。
first chapter where Mion starts crying and she's like, she just is begging Keiichi for things to return back to normal, but he doesn't do that. I think about that scene a lot, and I'm wondering, like, why would she act like that? Like, could things have been fixed if he just acted normally?
僕に時々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
そうそう。年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのが
What is
そもそもの罪
Tomitake
のような気が
saying?
するな。
それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に
Dude,
羨ましい主人
you
公
guys
役
are
ですよ。
both well, Tomitaka is definitely like 30 plus. Oishi is like 50 plus.
たまには変わってください。
Sorry, not 30, like maybe, yeah, 30 plus I think is fine. What are you saying, Oishi?
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば
I'm
最
talking
後
about
に
you
ちょっ
two.
と
Like,
刺
they
され
all お
るくらい
just so...
お安い御用よね。
Okay, sure.
というわけで
They all
圭
like
一さん、
children, I guess.
あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
And we get old Keiichi again,
今
okay.
回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。その上さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。聞きたいのは俺の方だぞ。これは何かの謀略だ。
I wish it wasn't so, yeah.
かわいそうかわいそうです。今度頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
今回のシナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべきかな。私はミオンの立場になって渡流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
Okay.
私は鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。
I
す
think
べ
so
て
as
の
well.
現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。
Is that why Umineko is like more talked about?
プレイしてくださった皆さんはどうお感じになりましたか？ぜひ先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
まだまだ先は長いですけど頑張ってくださいね。
Alright, thank you very much, guys.
日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
And that's how it ends. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna end stream like immediately, but we finished. We finished. I wouldn't think less people know about Umineko. I know Daine was telling me that more people. I thought Daine was telling me more people know about Umineko. Higurashi is way more popular. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be going now. That was a very long stream. I'm gonna go get some food and use the bathroom and get some water and do a bunch of stuff. Thanks for sticking out with me through this entire thing, guys. That was it for Higurashi When They Cry Watanagashi. Chapter 2 is finished. Probably look to start Chapter 3 sometime next week. So, yeah. Thank you for everyone who stopped by. I appreciate it. I'll be back with something else tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.